Good evening. Welcome. It's another Friday, and it's another first Friday of the month, meaning it's time for Feedback Friday. So welcome. Hope we're doing good. We don't have that many submissions yet. No new submissions in the Discord, but if you want to submit something, go to the Discord and submit in the live stream feedback channel. Just check the pinned messages there so that you know what to do. And then submit your track. I'll be checking back into the Discord every once in a while to make sure we grab the latest tracks. Let me get this all set up. Should be good. There'll probably be some more coming in during the stream. It'll be fine. And if not, we'll have plenty of time to talk about the individual tracks, That's also cool. Yo, Deco, go away, man. Go away. Do your thing. I don't know what I wanted to say. It's not done. I mean, it doesn't have to be done, Like, I would say, like, maybe half of a tune, something like that is fine. Like, if it's just like an 8-bar loop or something, that's maybe a little bit hard to give feedback on. But other than just, like, hey, make it longer, keep working on it. But if it's like, I don't know, let's say you have an intro or a first drop, or maybe you just have a drop and you just need an idea for an intro, feel free to send something in. It's fine. Oh, Fluxtroid also did a comment. Hope it works. I had a whole bunch of stuff happening before the stream. It works. Okay, good. I had a whole bunch of stuff happening before the stream. I had to reconnect a whole bunch of things, and I wasn't sure if everything was working again. But from the looks of it, it is. So, should be good. Yeah, so just go to the Discord. Yeah, that's normal. That's normal that it takes a couple of seconds for the bot to respond. That's normal. That's always the case. Unable to accept a Discord invite? What? Why? Let me check. I mean, I'm already in the Discord, so if I click it, then what? Not gonna work, I think. Let's see. Let me check. Let me check for you. Seems to link to the Discord just fine for me, so let me grab, if I do oh, it's fixed? Okay, well, I was gonna drop another link into the chat. I'll just drop it in there in case somebody else is having issues. Should be fine. Let's see, do we have this all set up? That's good. Okay, that works. Oh, that's weird. I would expect this Discord to open, but whatever. Seems like it's all working fine now, though. I can see you entered the Discord, so seems to be working fine. Should we start? And we'll just check back into the Discord in a bit and grab some more tracks. If they're there, you threw mine in the Discord. Okay. Let me grab those new ones then. Grab this one. And let me grab that as well. No, you can throw in any genre. Like I said, read the pinned messages. It's all explained there. That one. Grab that one. Oh, and we got another one. Don't autoplay, please. There we go. Let me make sure I thumbs up the ones that I downloaded so that I don't forget where we are. Cool. Yeah, you can submit any genre. It's like I might not be able to give too much feedback on every genre. It kind of depends. Some genres I'm just really not interested in at all, but it's fine. Like I'll always try to give some feedback, and if not, you know, there's always people in the chat that will be giving feedback as well. So that's fine. We got a good amount of tracks now. Yeah, exactly. Cool. Let's just start with the first one. I love that you put a description of what it is, so we we already know what we're gonna get. We're gonna get some trailer music to start off with. I mean, that's probably a good way to start with. BPM of 120, G minor. Okay, cool. Let's have a little listen. This track might be a little quiet for all of you because it's not like so like limited or mastered to the level of like electronic music. So, where's the level fine? Because normally we have electronic music, which is usually pretty loud. Sound is okay? Okay, good. We'll just start it again. I'll just chuck this one on the master, so if we do need to boost it, we can. After that, I'll never send my shitty beep boops. No, feel free to, man. It's all cool. Yeah, I actually like this one. It's pretty good. There's maybe one thing I wish there was a little bit of here in this first section, like I guess this is the first section, but in this section right here, like the one thing that I noticed here is that the sub bass is basically there the entire time. And first of all, the one thing that I wished, like this first hit here, I guess it sounds fine if we just play it from here. Like it sounds like it has a good amount of bass. But because you have this intro in front of it, where the bass is kind of more audible because it's a less busy section, it almost feels like this section has less bass when it comes in. So maybe emphasize that first hit with some, like, I don't know, maybe like some brass or something. Just something to kind of give it a bit more, I don't know how to describe it, like a bit more something at the start to kind of give it, like it has that really that impact sound, which has quite a bit of mid-range and high frequencies, and I feel like that takes a bit of the forefront of the mix here, as opposed to the stuff here in front of it. The other thing is that I wish there were, like, every once in a while, and there was one area, let's see if we can find it, Like throughout this whole section, the sub is just a sustained sound, right? Which is fine, honestly, but I think you can make it more interesting by every once in a while just having a little gap in the sub bass, which should also help make the section after it sort of like have a little bit more impact again. Like for instance right here, right, what is that, like the last beat before the next section, you could for instance cut the sub and then make it come in again right there. Just add a kick should be enough. Yeah, you could also do that, probably. Like, I don't know what it is. It's just that impact sound kind of takes over too much in my opinion. And it doesn't have a lot of low end. You can kind of see it as well, right? It's basically just this noisy, high end, heavy sound right here. And it kind of lacks a bit of punch for it to sort of like, I don't know, really kick you in the guts, right? And then there was an area somewhere in here that... Yeah, like for instance again here, maybe cut this up, or just basically in like these areas, not everywhere obviously because you don't want to overdo it, but like somewhere in these areas before the next impact where you have that little roll with the percussion, the little fill kind of thing, maybe try cutting the sub there. Or do something else with the sub, you know, like doing some really cool pitch bend stuff can also work, where you go up to like a much higher octave. But I think that would be cool, just to spice it up a bit. And I mean, you can definitely get a little bit more loudness out of it. But I mean, it's trailer music, so I get that there's more dynamics. In this area right here, you might even be able to cut the sub. That could actually be pretty cool. Because right in this section again, you know, you're continuing with that sustained sub bass underneath everything. It basically sits underneath the entire thing. And it could be cool as a little sort of like, what would you call that? Like a breakdown, I guess, if we're talking in electronic music terms. And cut this up and really let that piano shine by itself. Maybe with a bit of like atmosphere or something in the background. Like we could even test that out. I mean, there's quite a bit of upper harmonics to the bass, so it's gonna sound a bit weird if I do that, but you get what I mean. Then we can automate it so that it comes in here. Now, it will obviously also get rid of any low end in like an impact sound or something. And then where is it gonna come back in? Here. You know, it will give it a little bit of a moment to breathe. You could maybe even make it come back in here already. Just so that you have that little moment where there's no sub bass. Now I can still hear a bit of the upper harmonics of the sub, but that's fine. And it also has a lot of tension, so it's like, oh, what's gonna happen? See? Might even be able to do something different here, where the sub doesn't come in yet, but just start, I don't know, maybe adding in some like, maybe like a mid-range layer to the bass and start filtering that in, and then have the sub actually come in here. And like, don't worry, like it's good already, but I'm just thinking about how could we make this even better. But I do like that a lot, where the bass cuts out a lot more than having the bass come in straight away again. And it would work perfectly fine if this is an area where there would be some dialogue, you know? And you could also, instead of having the bass coming in here, you could make it come in here. And here you could, you know, like have some like subby impact or something underneath it all. To give it that weight at that hit. And then I guess this hit again could have a bit more punch, because right now it really feels like it's mostly just a high-end impact, basically. You can see it in the waveform again, it's basically just a bit of noise, and then the bass comes in after that. Kinda needs a little extra punch, I think, to really make that hit. I guess that would be another place where you could just for a moment cut this up. Like right somewhere here. I guess you're already doing this little edit, but maybe that one is fine. I'm kind of wondering why some of these hits are peaking so much. It could just be that you've done some, like, I don't know, maybe some compression or something, because especially on this one, it's really noticeable, where this first impact is like a lot louder than the rest, which could be because of some compression that is happening. But notice how this one basically sounds a lot louder than the other ones that are in here. Which, I mean, could be fine, but I think that it definitely needs a bit more low end instead of like the really loud high end. I would like it to have a bit more punch. Which could be done with like layering a kick underneath it, for sure. Yeah, it's just something that can happen when you. I'm not sure if you're doing that, like, but if you're compressing something with quite a big amount, then often the first hits will get a lot louder. You can kind of see it as well on this one. See how that one is also peaking quite high compared to some of the other ones. Which I'm not sure if that is the case. You know, it might just be that some of these layers are louder than everything else. That could also be the case. But I think you're on the right track with this. It just needs a couple of extra little things here and there, you know? And it will be even better that way. But it's definitely going into the right direction, for sure. Enjoyed it. Maybe some cymbals towards the end? Maybe. Could definitely layer some cymbals in here. Doesn't necessarily need it, but I mean, it could be cool. Yeah, we have a couple of more tracks in the Discord. Let's grab those real quick. Oh no, I'm scared. Breakcore version. Welcome, Maltese Falcon. Good to see you again. No, I actually really enjoyed this. I think it's definitely sounding pretty all right. Just a couple of tweaks here and there, and it will already be better. And that's not to say that this is not sounding good, because it is. But you know, with a bit of tweaks, it can be even better. So keep at it. Good job. Breakcore, bring it on. Yeah. Well, it's the last one in the list right now, but we'll get there. Let me make sure that we get rid of this, because this one is considerably louder than the previous one. Akari. Let's have a little listen to this one. That's definitely louder. I turned my headphones up for the previous one. Let me turn them down a little bit, because I'm gonna destroy my ears. Contrast is gonna be insane in terms of loudness. That's the thing, because the previous track was quite dynamic. Yours is gonna sound even louder. It's definitely loud, but you know, it's gonna sound even louder now. Oh. This brings me back, man. I haven't listened to this kind of music in so long, but it actually sounds pretty good. Well, it is maybe a tad on the loud side for the intro, maybe, but it kind of works still, so I don't really mind it. Normally I would say like you're really loud for the intro already, but it's all right still. I've always wondered how you were able to get your track so loud. What is your secret? I mean, to make a track loud, it needs to be written to be able to be loud, basically. So it's all in the mix, but also in the production. As actually, like a lot of people always think that loudness all comes from the master, but most of the time it's not. Most of the time it's like the actual production and the mix down itself for it to lend itself to be pushed this loud. But yeah, it's a combination of so many different things on most of the case. Like subtle saturation here and there, using clipping on like individual tracks to really squeeze out the loudness, and then having another clipper on the master, for instance, to make it even louder. Clipping in as many places as possible helps a lot. Yeah, exactly. Like doing little bits of clipping throughout the project to sort of like tame peaks will help a lot. And if you, let's say you have like you can put a limiter on the master, right? And so like push it, but you can also put a clipper and clip it first and then limit it afterwards. And then the limiter doesn't have to work as hard because the clipper is already taking sort of like some peaks down. It's already shaving off some of the peaks, and then the limiter can just squeeze it ever so slightly more. Or just, put a clipper on the master and just push that. It all depends on the mix as well, of course. Like, it all depends on what the mix is doing. And if the mix isn't gonna lend itself to being loud, then you can do whatever you want on the master, but it's never gonna sound too good. So yeah, it's really mostly in the mix. Like, in a way, you could even do this kind of loudness without a clipper on the master track. Like, you can do that. It's literally just a matter of making sure everything has its own place in the mix, and then you can get a track this loud without doing anything on the master track. It's all about like how is everything blending together and how is everything mixing together. Like, for instance, if you have like a lot of loud elements, you're probably gonna have to sidechain those away when the drums are hitting, otherwise you're gonna clip on the master, right? Now, obviously, if you put a clipper plugin on the master, that will take care of that. But in theory, you don't even need that. You can literally make something loud without anything on the master. It's just all about the production itself. Also, the less elements you have, the easier it is to make things loud as fuck. Yeah, true. True. Doesn't always mean that there isn't that many elements, like there, because like sometimes multiple sounds can sort of like combine together into, I guess, a new sound, like a sub bass with like a mid-range layer and like maybe a synth on top can sort of like gel together to kind of form one sound in a way, but it's made up out of multiple sounds. But yeah, I do agree. Like, if you have a lot of different ideas in your track and a lot of different things trying to do something at the same time, it's gonna be a lot harder. Still possible, don't get me wrong, like, it's still possible. But it's gonna be easier if like, all the elements are sort of like following the same kind of thing, in a way. But yeah, clipping individual channels definitely works. Like, if you have like your drums, right? Probably you want to clip your entire drum group before it hits the master, even. Basically, because if you layer multiple drum things together, you're going to get like different peaks that are poking up more than others, right? And just squeezing that down. And like, yeah, it's all about like just doing it to the point. That's usually what I say for a lot of things, actually, when it comes to loudness and also to distortion, actually. Push things a little too far and then back it down from there. So you'll push them too far first and then you'll back it down. And usually you might back it down to the point where you think it's not distorting as much anymore, but then maybe do another extra dB down after that so that you're completely safe. And then you can always still on the master like put one more clipper that just shaves off like or compresses the whole thing with like another dB or two, you know. But if you do a lot of it already in the mix itself, in the project itself, on like the individual channels, you won't have to do as much on the master. Also, be careful with high frequency elements. That's another thing I definitely would say, because the louder you're gonna push things, the quieter your high frequency elements need to be in the mix, because high frequencies can get very piercing on the ears, very annoying to listen to if they're too loud. And the louder you push something, the more annoying those high frequency elements are going to be. So with a track that is mixed very loud, the stuff that sits in the high end is usually actually quite a lot quieter than you would expect. And another thing, more saturated mids, more perceived loudness. Yeah, true. Loudness isn't just in like the actual decibel values, you know? That's one thing, but one track that is hitting, 0 decibels on like your loudness meter is not going to sound as loud as the other track, for instance, or the other way around. It all depends on the track as well. Max, do exclamation mark feedback in the chat and you'll get instructions. And like, yeah, with clipping, there's so many different clipping plugins out there. There's free ones, there's paid ones. Most of them do kind of the same thing, so it really doesn't matter all that much which one you get. Except, I'm always gonna say this because oh, it's another way around. What? Yeah, exclamation mark and then feedback. not shouting feedback in chat. No, I'm always gonna recommend this clipping plugin by Newfangled Audio, and we talked about this in a previous stream. But this detail preservation thing is really awesome. One downside of clipping is that when you clip something really hard, it will sort of like turn everything into like a square wave basically, and you lose a lot of detail in those areas where it hits the clipper. And this one has a sort of like an algorithm that tries to preserve some of the detail even in the areas where it's clipping, and it results in a much more natural looking waveform, and it usually sounds better as well because you don't necessarily lose all the detail in those areas where it's clipping heavily. It's still keeping some of that detail there, which is really nice, and it sounds great. So definitely, it's not a free plugin though. Like, you have to pay for this one, but I can definitely recommend it. If you make loud electronic music and you need a good clipper, then this is a really good one. It has like the control over the shape of the clipping, so you can go from like all the way soft clipping here all the way up to hard clipping. You can have symmetry here, so you can sort of like offset the symmetry of the clipping, which is kind of nice. It has a built-in limiter as well, so you can have like clipping and a limiter here, which is cool. And yeah, it's just a really, really decent clipping plugin. Telegram? I don't use Telegram. This is so important. I have a friend whose tracks are so piercing because he pushes them so high, but he doesn't seem to get it. Yeah, that's the thing, like when the louder you push something, the more the high frequencies are gonna stand out. And a lot of times you really have to dial those back a bit for your track to be even louder, or at least sound good when it's louder. It's very easy to overdo it, basically. And I also would like, that's another thing, like with like loudness, it's very easy to get carried away and just make something loud for the sake of being loud. But I would always say that do what is right for the track. Which means maybe sometimes you're not gonna push things as loud as somebody else. In the end, you need to do what sounds best for the track, right? And certain genres lend itself better to be loud than others. Like if you let's say you have a deep house track, it's never gonna sound as loud as a fucking heavy dubstep track or a heavy drum and bass track. And the same within drum and bass. Like if you have a soulful liquid drum and bass track and a really heavy neurofunk track, two completely different worlds, right? So the production itself kinda matters a lot when we're talking about loudness, and there is a certain threshold up to where you can push it, and certain genres lend itself to be pushed more than others. So don't immediately think like, oh, my track is not this loud, I cannot get it this loud, my track sucks. No, maybe your track just doesn't lend itself to be that loud, and that's fine. Do what is right for the track, you know, and that's the first thing that should matter. Now, maybe you do want to push it a little bit louder, and you notice that things are starting to distort when you do that. Well, that's an indicator that you've got things that you need to fix in the mix or in the production of the track. In a way, it's actually also a way to spot issues in your mix. Like if you are not sure what elements are sort of like creating issues in your mix, push your track a little loud and see what happens. You'll hear where it starts distorting, and you'll probably hear like, oh, when the kick plays, everything distorts. Okay, well, maybe you need to do something on the kick then to make it work. When the bass comes in, everything else distorts. Okay, well, maybe your bass is too loud, right? So pushing something loud can actually help as well to figure out where issues in the mix are. Not always, but a lot of times you will. We'll just play it from the start again, because we've talked quite a bit, but maybe that lead is a little loud, yeah, when I hear it like first coming in, especially because it's at the start of the track. You're basically getting hit with this like wall of sound right away, right? So, I mean, it's fine, but maybe a slightly more gradual beginning would be nice. didn't have much of an issue with the length of the intro, actually. But you know I like longer intros, so... Is that it already? Oh. Nice. I thought we might get another drop, but... How long is it? 2 minutes 24. You could definitely turn this into a longer track, though. Have, like, another drop after this. Yeah, I think it's fine, actually, the length of the intro. I don't mind it too much. One thing, I didn't actually notice this, but I'm seeing it now, and I talked about this on other tracks in the past as well. Are you doing some volume automation on the master track? Right here? It kind of looks like it. Like, you have things maybe like, what, 2 decibels or 3 decibels quieter here, and then you're automating it up here, and then it's sitting at the new level, and then it goes up right before the drop. I personally don't like it when I see that in the waveform of a track. There's a cleaner way of doing this. Yeah, we discussed it already. This one is... I mean, I'm just gonna say it before for people that are watching that don't know about it. Like, there's a cleaner way to do that. And that is to do the volume automation. Because doing volume automation on the master is fine, actually. Just to kind of, like, make certain sections a little bit quieter and then make it so that the section after it hits a little bit harder. That's fine. But if you do that, do it before the mastering chain. So before the clipping or limiting or anything like that. And it won't show up like this. Because what you're doing now, you're kind of taking the clipped or mastered version of the track and you're turning that down. And if you do it before the mastering, you're basically changing the input gain into the mastering. So in the areas where you bring the volume down, the mastering is going to be less heavy. Less pushed, because the input gain is quieter, and that way it will sound cleaner. It's a very subtle difference, but it will actually sound slightly cleaner than when you're doing it after the mastering chain. So, you know, it's something that I always want to point out, because I see this happening quite a lot, and it's fine. It's something that, you know, I guess is a result of like YouTube tutorials and people that are telling, you know, yeah, do this, just automate the gain on the master, right? But always try and if you do that, just do it before the mastering chain. It will just basically do the same thing, but you won't sacrifice like any loudness. It will just make things slightly less heavy in the areas where you bring the volume down, and that's usually, in my opinion, better. Yeah, basically, like if you have a mastering chain that is taking off like what, like 6 decibels, just to give it a number, and in the intro you're already hitting that mastering chain, and you bring the intro down with 3 decibels. Now in the intro it's only taking down 3 decibels, right? As opposed to having it take down 6 decibels and then bringing the gain down afterwards. Like, same with distortion. Like, if you have something in your track that is being distorted and you want a section where the distortion is less heavy, sure, you can dial the distortion down, but you can also just change the input gain into the distortion and making the sound that goes into the distortion slightly quieter. And by doing that, the distortion will become less aggressive because the gain going into it is quieter. And this goes for a lot of effects, you know? Like, anything that deals with loudness or distortion or something like that, you can do that same trick. It wasn't a YouTube tutorial, it was my, what is that? FOH engineer? Front of house engineer, probably. Is that right? I think it is. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Front of house. Why would they tell you to do that? They should know better. I mean, I get it, but no, it's a very small little thing, but I personally don't like it when I see the volume animation in the automation in the waveform as well. Like it just it's kind of like a little thing that I'm fine with the effect being used, but I don't want to see it in the waveform. That's maybe just me, but like it's sort of like a little I wouldn't say cheesy trick, but it's kind of like a little trick to make something hit harder, but there's no reason why you should see that trick, right? Some trick, like a magician shouldn't always give away all his secrets, right? It works fine live, I guess. Yeah, true. In a production, I would prefer to do it before the mastering, though. But hey, that's just a little thing. I actually enjoyed this track a lot. I'm not too big into dubstep anymore. Like I don't listen to it a lot these days. But I enjoyed this. Actually, I actually think that the production itself is really good. And you said something about the intro being too long, but I really don't mind, honestly. My one issue with it is that you're losing quite a lot in mono, but I mean everything is still there, but I'm just checking what it sounds like in mono. Probably want to go to the drop. The intro is probably fine if that sounds a little bit quieter in mono. I would say maybe in mono there's a couple of elements in here that kind of have a little bit of a different balance compared to in stereo, which is understandable, but it could be something you might want to work on a little bit if you want to have this track played out live. Let's see if we can... It's probably that... Let's see, where does the drop start? Right there. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of sounds, like especially when you have the... What is it? Is it somewhere? I think there, on that sound. It's all right. It's just maybe the balance is slightly like in stereo it all sounds pretty balanced, but then in mono some sounds just sound like they're lacking a little bit, which is a result of those sounds just being very wide. I mean, it's all right. It's not bad at all. There's just a couple of areas here and there where I'm like, okay, that kind of sounds like it's a little bit quieter in mono compared to the rest that sits around it. And that could be something you might want to try and improve slightly because like this is definitely music to be played out live, right? So that is just going to be something that's important. But that's kind of my only issue right here that I would say. It's cool to try some different stuff every once in a while. Yeah, true. True. Dude, I haven't heard that track in a while. Excision Bass Cannon. Fuck, man, I remember when dubstep, heavy dubstep first came around and I was listening to a lot of Excision and Dotseek. It's meant to be played in stereo mostly, but I gotcha. Okay, cool. Like, I mean, the thing with like live systems is, you know the deal. Like in like live audio, a lot of stuff will be played back in mono, just because of how live systems usually work inside of a club. But yeah, it's not a problem. I would say in mono it still sounds good, so that's fine. But yeah, it is something to sometimes be aware of. Like the main thing is that it's not the case that when I play this in mono that a lot of sounds just sound completely different and the balance is completely off. You know, that would be a major issue. Because I was kind of concerned because everything is so wide. The track is pretty wide, and the wider something is, the more likely it is that there might be some issues. But it's still sounding all right in mono, so that's good enough. Like, you're not suddenly losing a bunch of elements, so that's the most important thing. The thing is, like, you always have to sacrifice something. Like, if you're gonna make things wider, you're going to have things sounding different in mono. That's just whatever it is, you know. There's nothing really you can do about that. The one thing you want to make sure is that the track still sounds good in mono, so when it is played out live, it still sounds good. Obviously. And then if there's some stereo stuff happening, that's just an added bonus for the people listening on headphones or listening to your track at home. Anyways, that was a fun tune. Somebody just dropped the wall of text. Oh, it's Akari. I'm usually trying to make it as mono compatible as possible, but it's like my first or second or first attempt making dubstep, so I don't really know what to compare to. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say you need something to compare it to, because the whole thing kind of, you know, it's basically what you want to keep in mind is like, when you listen to your track in mono, are all the main elements still there? Don't they? Are they sort of like? Is the balance still somewhat the same? That's the most important thing. Things might sound slightly different in mono. That's fine, as long as they still sound good. Right? That's sort of like the main thing. You don't necessarily even need to compare it to anything. You just need to keep that in mind. Like, it's fine for things to sound different. That's just the nature of what happens when you have something in stereo and tracks or sounds are really wide, and then when you sum it to mono, they are going to sound different. That's completely fine, as long as they still sound good. Like, if you suddenly have a sound in there that was really wide and sounded really great in stereo, and then in mono it sort of like sounds like a phasey, garbled mess, that might be a problem, you know? And I think that's the main thing you need to keep in mind when you're comparing to like, or when you're thinking about like mono compatibility. But hey, that's not what I'm hearing here, so that's good. Cool. Next one up, Carter. Do we have any new tracks in the Discord? We got one more track. Shitty beep boops. Cool. We'll download your shitty beep boops. Lol. Okay. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Always nice to hear some good music. And I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, I am actually quite happy with the quality that a lot of people send in during my streams. Like, sure, we will get the occasional track from somebody that is just starting out, and that is also completely fine. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying that I hate it when somebody sends in a bad track. No, I think we all start somewhere, and it's good for you to send your track somewhere to get feedback, even if it's a track of somebody that is just starting out. You know, like it's helpful, right? But I'm always pretty amazed with how high the quality is of the tracks that we get sent during the feedback stream. So that's cool. Next one up, talking about that, I'm expecting much because usually Carter sends in some pretty cool tracks. That is in large part because of you, at least for me. Thank you. I would say it's golden to get as much feedback as possible, especially if somebody is just starting out. Yeah, true, true. Like, I wish I had like things like feedback streams back when I was starting out because I didn't. Like back when I was starting out, the one thing that I would use was like forums, and I would just send my tracks to different forums and just have like people give me feedback there. Which kind of like, so I guess the precursor to what we now see as like feedback streams and shit like that. Um, but yeah, there's so many things you can do these days to get feedback, so there's really no excuse. There's like hundreds and hundreds of Discord servers about music production that you can join, and most of them will have some kind of way for you to submit tracks for feedback, and other members can help you out and give you some tips here and there. So it's all good, you know. It helps for sure. Cool. Dazed by Carter. Interesting key choice, but I think Carter usually has like these interesting key choices. B flat minor, A sharp minor. Interesting. I like it though when people try out keys that are usually said to be not that great for bass music. And I like it when people actually do go for those keys and prove everyone wrong. I remember using forums only for selling and buying electric guitars and occasionally finding bandmates. Yeah, dude, I was pretty active on drum and bass forum back in the day, and I guess a little bit on Docs and Acid as well. So I've been on like a lot of those places. Dubstep forum, holy shit, man! I haven't seen these places in so long. But I used to be like basically frequent there at those places. What else was there? Neurohub forum. That was another one. I've been in so many of these communities. Oh, we're in mono. My bad. Interesting start. I like the overall idea. There's some annoying high end. I'm sorry, but the high end is a bit too much. And there is this one area in the high end. I'm trying to listen to or seeing where it is, but I guess it's that. There's this sort of like weird high-end noise, the kind of resonant high-end noise as well, that is sitting somewhere up there, and it's kind of a sustained high-end the entire time, and it's kind of annoying to listen to. It almost sounds like it's some weird leftover part of like a vocal sound or something. You can kind of see it as well on the... Maybe we can see it even here, yeah. See this bend right here? That sort of like sustains all the way through here? It's kind of difficult to see, but you can kind of see it in these areas where everything else is quieter. That this sort of like bend from here to here of like weird noise that just sits there. I guess a bit here as well, but I guess that is what I'm hearing. Yeah, I think the Reese lacks a little bit of sort of like there you have the bass here, and then there's some elements up all the way up here, and I think it lacks something in this area right here, in like the low mids, and it just wants a little bit of extra stuff there. Like, see how this one has like the clear sort of like extra harmonic up here, and it immediately sounds fuller because of it. On that sort of like 808 bass. And then the Reese sounds a lot thinner because it doesn't have anything here. It's like it's pretty low pass, and then there's sort of like a mid-range layer, or almost like a high-end layer on top of it. And that's kind of like, it creates this sort of like weird gap between the two. That noise is definitely sitting here. See right there. I have to do a pretty sharp cut, a pretty deep cut for me to get rid of it, but... See, when I turn it back on, how annoying that high end is? It's something you really want to be careful with. I think it might be part of that vocal layer that is sitting here. There's that vocal layer in the mid-range, and I think that noise might be part of that vocal. It does give me a bit of like a vocal quality to that noise, and it could be a result of just doing like a shit ton of OTT on a vocal. It usually can bring up noise like that. So something to maybe keep in mind, and maybe you just want to EQ that vocal and get rid of some of that high end in there. Yeah, and this Reese here definitely wants something in this area right here, where basically the area where the kick is sitting, or where the transient of the kick is sitting. That's where it also needs something on the bass, so like a little bit of extra harmonics. Oh yeah, totally. If the high end was tamed a little bit more, then you could probably get everything else to be a little bit louder as well. The one other thing I want to say maybe is that the vocal is just kind of used the entire way through, and it can become a little annoying to listen to. Maybe a bit repetitive. Maybe annoying is not the right word. More like a bit too repetitive. You could like use those vocal elements here and there and not use it the entire way through. Drums sound good though, yeah. I do really like the vibe of the intro and the outro in this area here. Like, I think the main issue here is the mix. Like, the production is really nice. It's just that the mix kind of sucks at the moment. Or at least, the mix doesn't necessarily suck. It's more like the high end in the mix is just way too much, and that's kind of the issue right now. And it's really well, making the entire track quite annoying to listen to if I hadn't done this. And then of course, like, yeah, the main sort of like Reese bass is kind of thin. That's the main issue that you're having as well, which also is kind of a result of going for a key like B flat minor, you know. But you can definitely make it work. Like, you can hear between the 808 bass and so like the other main bass, so like the Reese bass, you can hear that the 808 just sounds so much heavier and weightier because it has a ton more harmonics above the sub, whereas the Reese kind of doesn't. There might be a little tiny bit, but it just lacks a lot of it, and I would want that Reese to kind of sound in the same sort of like balanced area as what the 808 is doing. You know, the 808 has a ton of like extra harmonics, but then the Reese doesn't. Yo, Angelite. And yeah, definitely have a look at that high end and try and figure out where that noise is coming from that's sitting in this area. My guess is that it's the vocal. We might even be able to check, because the vocal comes in at some point, and I think that is also when this area starts going absolutely crazy. Oh, I didn't record anything, but okay. So here, the vocal was already coming in, but it's still low pass, so it's not going to be that big of an issue. See, now the filter is opening up. It could be a result of like the noise on the vocal, because the vocal filter opens up right at the drop, and the bass as well, because the bass has this really high-end layer on top of it, and then the vocal probably has a ton of that high-end, and then those stacking together are probably creating this peak right here. And with this without this EQ, it just, I don't know, it just doesn't sound too pleasing. Like, it's like this weird sort of like ear-piercing high-end noise just sitting throughout the entire thing. So definitely try and work on that, because that's the main issue right here. And tame that high-end a little bit. And then, you know, try and look into if you can add something on the Reese. Like the main bass that sits here. Try and figure out maybe some extra layer in the harmonics above the sub. It does also sound a bit like amp sound, kind of like an amp distortion kind of thing. Yeah, true. Freaking cicadas. Yeah, that's also a good way to describe it. And that's not to say that the track is bad, because the track is actually pretty interesting. I really like the intro stuff right now. It has like an interesting vibe. Like it's almost. I wish the, let's see. I really enjoy that. That ARP is really nice. Might even, I'm not sure if you're doing that, but it might even be cool to have that coming back in at some point during like a heavier section, but then maybe with a slightly heavier ARP sound, but have the same pattern. Not sure if you're doing that, but... I guess the vocal is doing that as well? Oh, that's different. It's kind of doing a similar thing, but it's different. Might be cool to have like another sort of like ARP coming in at some point that does that same pattern with maybe a bit more of a saw wave kind of ARP that is a bit more fuller than the one in the intro. But yeah, really enjoyed it though. Probably it's just how everything is summed. Yeah. Like I said, like the vocal is probably compressed quite heavily with maybe some OTT or something. And that tends to bring up a lot of the noise on the vocal. And then the bass, you know, like has that really high-end layer to it as well. Right? You can hear it. Like the bass has a sort of like a high-end layer. And that is then layering with the noise of the vocal, and there might be some high-end noise in the drums as well. Maybe there's some shakers or tambourines that are also sitting in this range. Usually they'll sit somewhere around here as well. So everything like that is going to stack up, and it's going to create this really annoying peak. But if you can tame that, then this track would be a lot better already. So feel free to send it in again next time to see if it's fixed. Cool. By the way, Angelite, did you send something in today, or you didn't? Okay, good. I mean, feel free to send something in, of course. Next one up is Noise to Signal Asylum, 172 beats per minute. So we're gonna get more drum and bass, or maybe half time. Let me also make sure that we're not doing this stuff on the master. Let's see what we got. I don't know why, but that intro immediately gives me Neurofunk vibes. Are we gonna get fucking Neurofunk? I hope so. No lol, I tried to make something but my ears were bleeding from bass design sessions. Hey, maybe you should turn your volume down. If your ears are bleeding, then maybe you should turn things down. No, I'm just kidding. I get what you mean. Still waiting for that random spontaneous Angelite drum and bass track though. We'll get it one day, boys. We'll get it one day. One thing I can already hear, maybe it's gonna change later, but right now the drums sound a bit muffled, like a bit like they're lacking some high end. Like the drums want some more stuff up here. But maybe that's gonna change. Maybe when the drop hits there will be more high end layer, or more of like a high end layer, but right here the drums kind of feel like they're low passed. Right there. Okay, yeah, so definitely want something. I can't push it too much because there's already stuff happening there. No, it's not just like, I think it's just the drums in general. Like the snare, especially needs a bit more of like that high end on top of it. Like it right now, because everything just sounds a bit like there's like a high shelf filter on it, basically taking everything down in the high end. And it just needs more in this area here, and maybe a little bit here as well. But if I do that during the drop here, it's also gonna do that on all of the sounds, obviously. I don't have just the drums here. I guess we can stem split it. Should we try? I've actually never used the stem splitting yet in Ableton. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Should we try? Separate stems to new audio tracks. I would say high quality, but it's probably going to take a shit ton of time, so let's just do high speed. I feel like this one should have been half time. Like someone tried to strangle it with a pillow. That's a pretty good... That's a pretty good, good explanation. Holy shit, this stem splitting is slow as fuck. This isn't even the high quality algorithm. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they basically just added some stem splitting tool. I have never used it, so I wouldn't be able to know if it's good. Yeah, I usually use UVR as well for stem splitting. But I would say that one is also not too quick on my computer because my GPU is really fucking old. So maybe that's also why this one is slow. But UVR is great. UVR is great because it has all the different algorithms, and you can usually find an algorithm that works well depending on what the input track is. And even if it still doesn't do it right, you can combine different algorithms. So you can sort of like stem split using multiple algorithms, and then afterwards it compares the results to each other, and then it sort of like creates the best of like the different algorithms combined together, and it's so good. It works so well. Yeah, the D reverb also worked good. I know. I know. If you have like a vocal and it has like a like I might have actually used it when I was using a vocal in the past that came from like a sample pack, and for some reason the sample pack only had wet vocals in it, which is like the most stupid thing ever, but whatever. I didn't make the pack, so and it had like basically just only wet vocals with reverb, and I was like, dude, what the hell? And that algorithm worked so well to just get rid of the reverb. We're almost there. We're almost there. My GPU is old as fuck, mate. I can't help it. I would assume this might use GPU processing power, but maybe not. The D-reverb is an awesome tool to steal impulse responses. That's an interesting one. I had never thought about that. You bet yours is older? Okay. I mean, might be. Mine is pretty old, though. Okay, interesting. Let's see what it has done. Where's the drums? The drums are here. Cool. So let's put an EQ on the drums. And we probably want some stuff here. I can already see it has put stuff in the drums bus that isn't drums, but we'll see. Like, where's the bass in the stem? What? It has not found any bass. I think the bass is actually in the drum group, but we'll see. And there's also a lot of the noisy bits that are basically supposed to go into the other category are also in the drum bus, and it's kind of making it impossible for me to boost this too much because it brings those up a lot as well. Bass not found. Exactly. Yo, Bytes, we are on a similar one then. I'm on a GTX 1060 as well, but I'm on the 6 GB version. But yeah, you can hear the snares immediately sounding better, as opposed to... Oh. See? Hey, Angelite, don't hate on my old GPU, okay? She's done a great job. She's held up so far. give her some slack, you know? She's run modded games for like ages and she's done really good. I'm actually surprised that my GPU is still alive after everything I've done to it. And the weird thing is, like, it's even able to run the new Skate game at ultra settings, even though the minimum requirements for the game say that a GTX 1060 is the minimum requirement, and for like the minimum settings, I don't know, but mine actually runs ultra settings fine. Little tiny bit of frame rate drop when I do that compared to when I run it. Well, I mean, I can run it on ultra settings completely fine on 1080p, and on, what is it, 1440? It also runs fine, but when I switch my game to 4K, it does get a little frame rate drop, but I don't know why my GPU is able to run it on the ultra settings when the minimum requirements for the game say a GTX 1060. I don't know, but maybe mine is special. I don't know, but it does it completely fine. And even when I run my game on 4K on ultra settings, it's still perfectly fine to be played. Like, yeah, the frames are dropping a tiny bit, but it's not to the point where it's actually making it impossible to play, or it's actually leading to me not being able to do the tricks in the game, you know? So, I don't know why, but for some reason, it kind of works still. And I'm kind of amazed that it does. Some weird artifacts are happening here because of the sense splitting. Yeah, I know, I heard it. I think the track has a nice sort of like old school vibe to it. I just think that the bass could be a little bit more interesting. Like right now the bass feels a bit, I don't know, boring, maybe the best word. Like there isn't too much stuff happening. There's these couple of areas where there's suddenly a bit more of a higher or like a Reese sort of like coming in with some more mid range. But other than that one, it's kind of like the bass is just sitting there the entire time. It's not really doing much. I think what could actually be really cool is you have this, I think it's like a synth layer or something in the mid range that does this that kind of movement with the Phrygian scale, right? It would be cool if the bass followed that. It will change the vibe, yeah, true, it will. But I actually think it would be pretty good. It just depends on what kind of sound are you going to use for that bass at that point as well. It will definitely sound more interesting, that's for sure. Right now the bass is just like a sustained sub, basically sitting underneath the whole thing, and it's not really doing much for me. And let's be honest, like drum and bass, the two most important elements are the drums and the bass. So that's usually where you would want something, or at least a lot of interesting things to happen. Not that it's bad, but it's just something to maybe keep in mind. Like, I'm trying to think of like an example. I know that there's a different style of drum and bass, but one person that does this kind of stuff quite well. Let's see. Who was it again? This one? I think it's this track. Could be wrong. It's a different kind of drum and bass. This is from Shogun Audio, obviously, so it's a bit more minimal drum and bass-ish. But he does this really well. I'm not sure if it's this track, but Guest, he does this really well, where he will have like these tracks where it has this rolling kind of feeling to it. And the bass follows like the synths or arps in the track, and it usually gives a really cool vibe when he does that. Not sure if this one does that, but... No, it's not this one. It is a track by him though. That one? Could be. It was definitely a track with an ARP like that. Okay, it's not this one either, but I remember one of his tracks having like this really cool thing happening, where it's basically a really good example of this kind of thing, where the bass follows... Which one was it then? He has a bunch of cool tracks though. Maybe if I see the title... No. I'm not sure which one it was, but... That one? That color kind of... I think it was one of those blue colored ones, but... No. It's one of his tracks, but I can't find it right now. Totally different vibe though, but it has the similar kind of idea where there is like some ARP, some mid-range element, and then when the drop hits, the bass kind of follows it, and it works really well. And I think that something like that could also really work in this track. Yo, Prozac. Yeah, it definitely has a bit of that underground, old school kind of sound, which I do like. Cool. We are gonna have to make some more pace because we've got a lot of tracks still, and it's already 11 p.m. So let's move on. Whose track is this? Because the file is not named properly. Whose track is this? The Surfer or Shogun on SoundCloud. Oh. This one too has a bit of an old school sound. I actually like the drums. Yeah, I actually like the drums. I think the bass is a little bit simple. Especially the repetitive kind of, what is it? Where is it? Let's see. Boring. Like that bass right there, that comes in right here. That one is a bit simple in my opinion. Could use a bit more sound design on that. But I actually kind of enjoyed it. It does remind me of a track. I can't remember which one though. Like an old school kind of tune. It's a bit short. I'm trying to think of what else to say about it. I do also like that vibe in the intro, actually. Like, this could also be like a neurofunkish kind of intro, you know? Could go into a neurofunk track after it as well. Like a... Snare is actually really nice though. I kind of like that snare. There's this nice resonance somewhere up there. Also, that sound right here, where is it? Comes in after the boring. Boring! Is a little bit loud compared to the rest. Like, it just really sticks out at that point. Boring! Yeah, I guess it's a bit of a meme tune or something, but there's not much else to say for me about it, to be honest. Giggle and bass. Yeah. An Angelight, I grabbed it, man. We'll definitely have a listen to it for sure. Wait, what? 50 euros? Holy shit, mate.
Attic Dweller donated 50 euro. Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you for the 50 euros, man. Holy shit. That's a big donation. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Actually, now I'm glad that I fixed the donation stuff, because before I started streaming, I got a notification that Streamlabs had changed some stuff and it had disconnected my PayPal, and I was like, am I going to fix it now? I was like, oh, maybe I should. Maybe I'll just quickly fix it. So now I'm glad I did. Thanks a lot, man. That's highly appreciated. As you said, you helped a lot over the past years. Hey, you're welcome, man. It's all nice. I'm gonna suck ass so bad but okay, Angelite, we'll definitely check it out. You're last in the list right now, but we'll get there. Cool. Let's move on. What do we have? Decode. Decode with difference. I guess it's another drum and bass tune. 174 this time. Full disclosure, this track has just got past the 8-bar loop phase. There's no transitions or drops per se. It's very repetitive because I just started arrangement. Okay. That's fine. Angelite, you're always last, yeah. Or you're first. You've also had one moment when you were first, I think. But usually you're last, yeah. Oh yeah, let me turn that down. I think that the effect on the vocal, which is the ring mod or something like that, I think that's a bit much for this kind of style of drum and bass, honestly. It takes up too much attention, basically. It pulls all the attention towards the vocal right now, and I don't think that lends itself too well for this. I do think that the vibe of the intro, I do have an idea of where you could take this, and it would work really well, but I think that effect on the vocal isn't the best choice. Definitely listen to some like Shogun Audio stuff like that. Maybe some Halogenics, maybe some maybe the more liquid tunes of Galaxy, you know, those kind of tunes. Something more soulful. Definitely want to take it into that direction for sure. Yeah, definitely sort that out. Like the vocal effect is not my favorite thing here. That just doesn't work too well. Like immediately, sounds better now with that vocal gone. And now you just want like a bass line that does something interesting underneath it, you know? Maybe a bit more shuffle in the drums as well. Like something that is really adding that sort of like shuffle to it. Like I'm trying to see if I have a tune that would be like, I definitely, for what I often like, there's a couple of tunes by Galaxy that I really enjoy. I'm not sure if I can find them. They should be in this playlist. So you can also go to my channel and just look at this playlist. There might be some cool tunes in there for you to listen to. Maybe this one. Galaxy and Halogenics. Halogenics also does these really amazing tunes where it's like soulful but still rolls really well and just really nice tunes. Hear this shuffle? That's something you definitely want in yours as well. That shaker kind of thing. And even if the vocal would be a bit more like that, without that effect, maybe filter it a little bit so it's a bit more low passed, you'll immediately have a much more cooler vibe. Such an amazing tune. And listen to what the bass is doing as well. It's like doing some pretty interesting things underneath it all. To kind of keep it interesting, you know? It's like this combination of like a sustained bass with like some more like shorter hits, and it works really well to give it this sort of like interest in the low end while still having the soulful stuff up top. So yeah, definitely try out, listen to a couple of those tunes for some inspiration for sure, because I think with this vibe that you have in the intro, it would work really well for something like that. And you could still use the vocal, actually. You could still use the vocal, just get rid of that effect on it, you know? And keep it a bit cleaner. Maybe, like I said, maybe filter it a bit or something to make it a bit more interesting, but... Actually pretty similar to Deco's vibe. Yeah, exactly. It has that same kind of vibe. Or at least it could go in that direction. Like with that vibe of the synths and stuff in the background here, you could definitely bring it into that direction for sure. Damn, another one.
ドコード80ドネーテッド10ユーロ。Thanks for the feedback.
You're welcome, man. You're welcome. I would actually love to hear what you're gonna do with it. So if you improved it, you know, when we do these streams, these feedback streams, send it in again, because I would love to hear it. Shut up and take my money. I'll gladly take it. Cool. Next one. Upgrade. By who? I liked how it started out. Yeah, exactly. I enjoyed the vibe of the intro. When I heard the vibe of the intro, I immediately thought of like some Shogun Audio, soulful, liquid kind of drum and bass. And I really wished it went into that direction, which right now it doesn't yet, but it's still a work in progress, so I get it. But that was actually the vibe I was getting straight away. By me, Maestrix. Okay, cool. Saves me time. I don't have to look it up. Cool. I can't wait to finish my track idea and submit it one day. Yeah, so we do these feedback streams every first Friday of the month. So the other weeks, the other Fridays, we're just doing production stuff. But first Friday of the month is usually feedback. So you'll have a month to finish it up. And then next month, you can send it in. By the way, next month, that is... When is that stream gonna be? What is it then? Oh, it's gonna be the 1st. It's gonna be the first day of the month as well. Not sure if we will have a cameo of cats appearing, but maybe the week after. I'm gonna have my sister's cats, and they're probably gonna wanna come into my room because I'm gonna be the only one here, and they're kind of attention whores, so we might see some cats on stream around that time. Made it a long time ago, 174 BPM. Let's have a little listen. Let's see. Do we have everything on the master? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, I enjoy doing the feedback streams as well. It's always fun. And I love hearing your work. I love hearing all you guys' tracks. That vocal would sound 10 times better with a shit ton of reverb on it. Just saying. And yeah, you can send other genres in as well, for sure. We had dubstep earlier. Hakari sent in a dubstep tune. We had the first track by Aftermath was a trailer music track. So yeah, it's just that a lot of people in this community are doing drum and bass stuff, so they will send that in. Angelite sometimes sends in like cinematic kind of game music and stuff like that. So, you know, send in whatever you want. Like I said, I might not be able to give as in-depth feedback on everything, depending on what it is, of course. But, you know, I'm always gonna listen to it. Don't worry. I like it. And I'm open to a lot more genres than just drum and bass, so... We had metal tracks in the past as well, send in, so... Just to give an example of how wide the genres can be on these streams. Yeah, this track is actually nice. Has a bit more of an old school vibe as well. But that's cool. Vocal was too dry though. Like vocal needs a 50% wet reverb. The one other thing I would point out right now is the bass has a lot of stereo information, and that might be something that could be a problem. You can kind of see it in the right here at the bottom, like all the orange stuff is bass, and in this area here, the top area is sort of like what sits in the mid, so in the mono signal, and what sits in the bottom here is the side signal, and you can see there's a lot of bass stuff happening in the sides, and you just have to understand that when you sum this to mono, that will all disappear. So I haven't checked, but we can check if I can. See, there's a lot of... I'm not sure if you can hear, if I just play the sides, I'm not sure if you can hear that on YouTube, but it might actually cut that out on stream. But there's a lot of bass information happening in the sides, and it's fine to have a little bit, but I think there's just too much stuff there, and when it's summed to mono, that all disappears and it just suddenly sounds a lot emptier. Oh, you can actually hear. Nice. In a way, it actually isn't that big of a problem. I thought it was going to be more of an issue, but it's not that big of a problem. Like, all the elements are still there, so it's kind of fine. But I would be careful with that. It can lead to issues, and it can make doing the mix down a lot harder than it should be. Yeah, right. I made it rough. I get it. Yeah, I get it. I'm not the biggest fan of that higher sound that came in. Right there, that da-da. Not the biggest fan of that sound. Would like something more interesting happening. Like, not in terms of the notes, like the notes are fine, but I would like that sound to just sound more interesting than what it currently is. Yeah, Angelight, it does a little bit. Yeah, it does kind of remind a little bit of Muzzy, for sure. I can hear that. that high layer, that high sound is not my biggest favorite thing of this. And it's also used quite a bit as well, so... So see how much low end there is in the sides here? In a way, it's still sounding fine in mono. It's not like it starts phasing like crazy, so... Snare could maybe have a little bit of extra high end or something. Like, just a little extra high end layer or something. Or just pushing the high end up a little bit of the snare. Yeah, and try and find something more interesting for that higher sound. At least that's what I would like to hear. Could also try working with this sound and making it more interesting by using some processing and adding some movement on it. That could also be a thing you could try. Still good. Interesting. Next one. What do we got? Damn, why can I not pronounce that name suddenly? First burial type beat. By who? Who is it? Oh, it's Fluxtroid. Cool. Did you send this one in before or not? I don't think you sent something in before, right? It's your first submission or not? Maybe I'm wrong, but I think this is your first time. No, never. Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. Let's see. What do we got? I think here as well the vocals could have more reverb. especially if you want to go for that burial kind of sound, like just brainstem in reverb. Not too long though, but like yeah, I think this would work better with just a lower thumpier kick, you know? Like, I guess the kick itself is fine, but just doesn't need all the high end, honestly. And what this also wants is extra percussion, like high end percussion. Something that gives it a groove, that gives it a shuffle. And probably you want to go off grid with that as well. So it has like an interesting swing to it. That's something that this really needs for it to give it that driving element that just works and makes everything sound more interesting. Wait, okay. I didn't say anything. Maybe bring them in earlier. Because we're almost at the end. Yeah, I think it needs more. I think it needs an element of like, could be shakers, could be some other like high-end percussion, something that gives it an interesting groove to the drums. Which I mean, I guess that it already has a bit, but it needs sort of like an extra little thing that fills in some of the gaps in between the kick and snare. And like Burio is a master at this as well. Like he did this really well. And I don't know what I was gonna say, but I just think it needs some more than what it has right now. It is definitely a chill tune. Chill tune. Yeah, I like it. No, I wish, especially because it starts off like this. I guess there is already some percussive stuff happening in the background, but it's really quiet, so it doesn't really add much to the groove. It's more like a background element. I wish there was just something more in there that is a little bit more upfront to give it a bit of a shuffle to it. I don't think you want this to be really loud. Like, I would say the loudness of this is fine. Like, this is not a type of track that you want to push really loud. There's no percussion at the start at all. I mean, there is something. Might just be some noise, but it acts as like a percussive kind of thing. Like, it almost sounds like some noise that has a bit of like a shaker kind of movement to it, but I don't know, it could also just be a result of some other stuff. No, I wouldn't push this too loud. I wouldn't push this too loud. Like, this is not the type of track that you want to push really loud. It's not an in-your-face electronic music track with like a heavy dubstep or drum and bass tune. This doesn't need to be really loud. In fact, this kind of music, I would argue actually works better with more dynamics, you know, with it actually having some dynamics. So the takeaway is more percussion. I mean, it doesn't even need much, but just a little extra, I don't know, something that adds it a bit of groove, a bit of shuffle, and that sits a bit more up front, maybe. Could also make it out of Foley, you know? Like if you take a bunch of Foley sounds, like some, I don't know, some paper crunching or whatever, something that has high end, and then chop that up and use bits of it in like a cool rhythm and layer that in the drum group, can work really well. Burial did this a lot with like Foley elements becoming part of the percussion, and it works really well for this kind of stuff. Maybe you can maybe you can try even out the level of the sub a little bit. It fluctuates up and down in volume quite a lot, and there are a couple of areas where it goes up a bit, quite a bit, and then other areas are a lot quieter. Maybe just by compressing it, so that it sort of like evens those differences out a little bit, can make it a little bit more consistent. But again, you don't want to do it too much though. Like you don't want to overdo it because, like I said, this kind of music usually works with a bit more dynamics. Yeah, usually just a bit of compression on the low end can work, like on the bass, just compressing like the highest parts down a bit, and then you can probably raise it up a little bit more, or like might not even need to raise it up more. It all depends on the balance that you get after compressing it, of course. But that was the only thing that I would say about it. But again, like this kind of music, I don't think your bass needs to be loud the entire time either. I put on other songs like this and compare them by lying on the floor above my studio space. I mean, whatever works, right? I remember back in the day when I had my really old speakers, I had these like hi-fi speakers that were like absolutely shit at like, you know, well, they were absolutely shit in terms of like the sound, but also the room didn't really do it much justice either. Um, and so I had to literally put my hand up against the woofer to kind of feel the bass with my hand to kind of notice if my bass was in a sort of like similar kind of level. I could sort of like check like, okay, this other track, the low end creates a lot more vibration on the woofer, and my track it doesn't. Yeah, I grew up listening to a lot of like UK dubstep, like the old school UK dubstep, like the deeper stuff, which I always enjoyed a lot. Angelite, don't lie, don't laugh. Like I said, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? I must have been like what, like 13 or something. Like shit, I had no money for speakers or headphones, you know? I had to do with whatever I got. And I would always get like the old like gear of like my family shoved down. Like they were like, "Oh, I bought a new hi-fi set. Do you want to have my old one?" Yeah, sure. You would get this like 20-year-old hi-fi set that was like basically should be decommissioned right away, but you gotta do what you have, you know? Cool. Next one. Sonic Creatures. By who? Who's that? Simon. Simon. I would say the key that I use a lot is probably E flat. I don't know what it is, but I love the sound of E flat. For bass music at least, like for drum and bass and stuff. But I also kind of like going even lower. Like I also have a bit of a I love the sound of C sharp minor, which is like fucking low, but it sounds cool. It's a really nice, gives a really nice sound to tunes. But it's kind of hard to make it work because the bass is gonna be so fucking low. Cool. Let's have a little listen. I'm a fan of C sharp Mixolydian flat 6. Sure, mate. No, I'm not too familiar with Mixolydian actually. Like for me, I don't know. I usually gravitate towards harmonic minor or like any of its modes. Angelite knows. I'll be using Hijaz the entire time, which is basically just Phrygian dominant, but I do tend to use that a lot. I also I still need to find like the proper tune for it though. But I have really been enjoying what was it again? Dorian Sharp 4? Was that it? I believe it was. Or was it Dorian Flat 4? Yeah, I know Mixolydian is used a lot in rock music. I know that. Didn't that skill also appear in the Ableton? I think it was the same as what was it? One of these other minor ones. Was it Hungarian minor? I don't know, but I think it was Dorian Sharp 4. Maybe it was on my MIDI controller. I think it's this one. Yeah. So that's Dorian Sharp 4 in, what is it, E flat? Which I guess is a mode of harmonic minor as well, now I think of it. Is that a mode of A sharp harmonic minor? Yeah. So, or what is that? A sharp or B flat? Not sure if it matters. So what is that? That is the fourth mode of harmonic minor. Is Dorian Sharp 4. No, it's Dorian Sharp 4. Right? Because we have the first three notes, and then the fourth is sharp, Because regular Dorian, you would get that. And we're making that. Oh wait, it's actually no. We don't get that. It's my MIDI controller is adjusting the note. My bad. Display only. That's what we need. Normal Dorian would be. Wait, I started on the wrong note. That's normal Dorian. But now we're getting that note instead of that note. Which, I don't know, I really like the sound of it. And I'm sure it was also in Ableton. So it's that scale. Was it... There's one here called Hungarian Minor. Yeah. Oh no, it's not. Thought it was in... Oh, it is actually here. Dorian Sharp 4. We do have it in Ableton. Can't really see that, but right here. I really like the sound of that scale. And if I'm correct, that is a mode of A sharp harmonic minor, which it is. See? Ukrainian Dorian is sharp 4. Yeah. I know, because my MIDI controller is set to Ukrainian Dorian. Or Ukrainian minor. That's what it's called on my MIDI controller. But yeah, I really like that one, actually. There's this weird thing when you use one of the modes. It's very easy to make it sound well. It's very easy for it to want to return to a note different than the root of what you're using. But with this one, even though it's a mode of A sharp, right? It you would assume that it wants to go back there, but for some reason it still works really well, and you can really easily just make it go back to that D sharp without it wanting to go up to A sharp. I just need to find the right tune for it, you know, to use it. Locrian is fucking horrible to use, mate. Definitely not my favorite. But yeah, this one I really like. Cool. We got distracted. I don't know how we got there, but whatever. This actually goes pretty well. The drums a lot. Actually enjoyed that a lot. I'm not usually a big fan of these, what is it? The growl is almost like, it's almost like a frog bass in a way. I'm usually not the biggest fan of those, but I actually didn't mind it in this one. So, good job. Seamless is in my server. Yeah, I think he is. Well, he used to be at least. I'm not sure if he still is, but wouldn't surprise me. And I'm also normally not the biggest fan of these low sort of like snares, but in this case it actually works. So I don't mind it in this one. It has a bit of that old like dubstep snare kind of sound to it, but most of the times when I hear it in tracks that are submitted, it doesn't really work well, and it would work so much better with a higher snare, but in this one it actually works. So I don't mind it at all. I'm not necessarily minding the growl being there the entire time. Vibe in the breakdown is also nice, actually. One thing I'm going to say, I don't like this pre-drop kind of, this fake drop kind of thing, but I usually don't like those at all. Not necessarily just on this tune, I usually don't like them at all. Because I think it takes away from the energy of the track. It's very rarely that it fits a track and it actually makes it better. In my opinion, at least. Like, in my opinion, it would work just better if it went straight into the drop after this build-up. But, you know, it's also kind of a personal preference, honestly. I know there's people that love when a track does a little fake-out thing before the drop, but I'm usually not the biggest fan of it. That was a really awesome tune, man. I love it. Like, there's some really cool elements happening here, and there's also some really cool stuff in the drums, like some interesting percussion happening here. Yeah, really just a nice tune. I liked it a lot. So good job. Don't really have much negative to say on this one, to be honest. Yeah. Release it. Put it out somewhere. Next one. Oh no. Now we're going into we got a breakcore version. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. The kicks playing so fast to hit a certain melodic line is ridiculous, though. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I noticed it, but I didn't really say much about it. But yeah, that's kind of cool. I mean, you don't really need a label, honestly. Like, sure, if you want to go that route, but these days it's so easy to put your music out there that you can just, especially if you're like if the music is good, you can just release it yourself, you know? And I don't really necessarily think you need labels that much anymore. Sure, it can help, you know, like but like I would say if you don't have any or you don't have a lot of tracks out yet, just go independent for now and just start putting music out there. And then if the music is good, then you can always do later releases on a label, but it'll be a lot easier to get your foot between the door with the label, you know? Because a lot of labels, especially when you're first starting out, you might be able to get your track out on a label, but most of those labels are just small labels that don't really do much other than release your track, and that's it, you know. If you want to work with a label, then I would aim for like an actual well-known label that, you know, actually does a little bit more for your track than just releasing it. They might do a little promo for it, or just maybe the fact that their name and their brand has like a lot of followers. That's something that is helpful, you know. That is something that you can benefit from. But if it's just like some random like small label that, you know, nobody really follows, then you could just as well release it yourself. Like, but hey, it doesn't really matter, you know. Like, do whatever you want, of course. Like, don't take my word as gospel. Cool. Maltese Falcon. Equivocality. I hope I pronounced it right. I'm scared, boys. I mean, when it says breakcore, I do expect something, you know? Let's hope it lives up to its name. Yeah, I'm not sure if this works too well. So, Maltese Falcon, I know you've submitted some stuff in the past that was more ambient, and I feel like you kind of have the same sort of like mix as you did on those tracks, but just slapped some aimant breaks in it. But because there's already like, and I noticed this with a lot of your tracks actually, you'll have like a lot of stuff happening in this area here, so like the mid frequencies, and a lot of it will be fighting for space there, and then right now as well, as soon as the drums came in, like everything started distorting because there isn't really any space, you know. And I do like the lo-fi sort of like quality to those synths. Um, and it worked well in some of the ambient stuff that you sent in the past, but it doesn't really work well here. It was hella battling in that mixdown. Yeah, exactly. Um, like especially in this area here when the drums start coming in, it's like, where was it? Like there's a lot happening here. And it just becomes this one big sort of like muddy mess in that area. I do like breakcore too, yeah. Not always, but I can enjoy it, for sure. Yeah, right here you can just hear there's so much stuff happening in this area here, and it's all fighting for space, and then the drums come in on top of it, and it's almost impossible to still hear like the individual elements. Time for a beer. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure if it works too well on this particular one. Like I feel like when you do a track that is breakcore, you really need to take a different approach as to how the track is mixed and arranged as well than when you make ambient music. Like in ambient, you can get away with a lot, you know, because there is no drums most of the time. So you can get away with a lot, and it's fine if things become like a bit more of like a so like a bed of sound that is just sitting. Even if it's quite low, mid, heavy, it usually still works, you know, because there is no drums or anything that well, that will be occupying that same sort of like space, and so you can often get away with it. There's a lot of ambient music actually that is very low, mid, heavy. Like some of that more like dystopian ambient kind of stuff can be really, really mid heavy actually, and even in the low mids and in the bass as well. But it often still works, you know, because there is not really a drum groove or anything that wants to push through that. But when you're starting to make breakcore, well, you have to make space for those really loud breakcore drums. And you don't really have that space in this particular example, so it kind of becomes a bit of a mess. So yeah, I'm not sure if it works too well here, man. I am kind of sure because I know I can hear it doesn't work too well, but you get what I mean. I was gonna say, should we frequency or should we stem split this? But I don't think Ableton stem splitting is gonna make this any better. I don't think it will be able to understand. Yeah, there's just those synths need to be, well, if you're gonna do these like breaker things, then the synths in that breaker area need to be a lot quieter, or at least not as dense in the mids. It's like a cluster funk of stuff. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Melodically, if it's a word, it's cool. Yeah, true. I do agree. It just doesn't work in this particular context. There's going to be everything in the other stem. Yeah, I have that feeling as well. I don't think Ableton stem splitting will figure it out. Cool. Let's move on because it's already past midnight, and let's see what we got. So this is a funny tune. It's called LOL. So this might be a quick one. I mean, we're listening to it. I know that previously in the chat you said we could skip your tune, but no, you send it in, so we're listening to it, you know? It definitely has your neck of the woods vibe, Angelite. Okay, I did not expect that drum groove. I see what you did there, though. Okay, this bass is taking up all the space in the mix. Everything just got a couple of decibels quieter. The bass was like, yo, now it's my time to shine. Screw everything else. Now it's my turn. No, I see what you did there. It's kind of like, what is it? Is it like a dotted rhythm that you did? And it kind of sounds like it isn't, but then when the drums come in, you're like, ah, okay, yeah, now that makes sense. This is like when Plants vs. Zombies had an Egyptian level. That's a pretty good way to describe it, yeah. Yeah, it muffles everything. Yeah, it's like when the bass comes in there, it's like the drums and everything else, the synths just go like whoosh. It's like the bass is like, yo, my time. No, I get what you did though. Like when the synth plays at first, you're like catching on to the rhythm of that synth, but that synth is actually in like, what is it, like a dotted rhythm versus the drums. So when the drums come in, it's kind of like this unexpected moment. I mean, it can work for sure. It can work, definitely. I've heard some tracks with stuff like that, and it can be pretty interesting, so definitely needs more work though, that's for sure. But I actually do like the vibe. Don't get me wrong. I do think it needs more interesting sound design though. Like right now the sound design is very simple. But that whole, so like vibe, you can definitely go for that and make the sound design more interesting, and you might actually got a cool tune. High pass bass with minus 3 dB. I don't think high pass in the bass is gonna help. I think what you need is just a better mix down. I don't think the high passing the bass is going to fix it. It's just like there is probably a limiter or something on the master track, and the bass is running into it so much louder that it's like, fuck this, I'm gonna take all the space in this mix. I mean, we have 3 more tracks. It is. I mean, you can send one, yeah. Or maybe we have more tracks in the Discord now. No. Send it in the Discord, yeah, sure. We can do 4 more tracks. That's fine. Do exclamation mark feedback if you are not in the Discord yet. I pass until the situation improves. Yeah, you have to put it above the sub bass. You have to filter off all the bass, and then it probably will work. No, Angelite, you're not last anymore, man. I'm sorry. Somebody came in. This is lead. He likes space. This is lead. He likes his space. This is bass. He also likes lead space. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, if you use FL Studio, like I haven't used FL Studio in ages, but I started out, well, not started out, I started out with something even worse, but not that FL Studio is bad, but like back in the day, FL Studio wasn't the greatest when I started out with it. But yeah, definitely get rid of that default processing on the master. Like I'm pretty sure you can save your own template. So just get rid of everything on the master track and just chuck all of that out of there. Just yeet them away and then save yourself a new template and save yourself some pain. I still don't know why they fucking do that on the default template. Like, it makes no fucking sense. They already did it back in the day. And I don't know why they still do it. You know what DAW was hard for me to use? I guess FL, yeah. FL might be the one, yeah. Now I think about it. I was gonna say Reason, but no, Reason isn't too bad, actually. It's just that I never use it anymore, because it's kind of shit, but, or at least, I don't know how it is down nowadays, but I haven't used it in, like, over a decade, probably. But FL, yeah. FL's workflow is just strange, you know? I don't know why. Well, I know why, but it's just like it's like it wants to do everything that other dolls do, but then do it different, you know? It's like the odd child in the room, basically. Just like, let me just do everything different. And for some people it works though, don't get me wrong. Like, some people absolutely love it, but yeah, for me it just doesn't work. It's also why I switched away from it. I mean, I wouldn't say FL is the worst doll though for me. I raise you the program that I kinda started with. Sony Acid Pro. That shit is absolutely horrible, mate. Cubase isn't too bad, actually. Cubase is alright. I would say Cubase lends itself more towards, like, if you make, like, I don't know, like film scores or stuff like that. But no, have you ever seen Sony's doll? Like, holy shit, mate. I don't even know which version I used. It was an old one. We have to go back to the 2000s. It was a pioneering loop-based doll. Are you sure, mate? Are you sure? Acid Pro 6? Yeah, that kind of looks familiar. This shit was absolutely horrible, mate. I raise you. Sony Acid Pro. Would probably qualify as one of the worst dolls. I don't know what it looks like these days, actually. What is it on these days? Does it still exist? Is it owned by Vegas Creative Software now? Oh, it is. Oh, and SoundForge also still exists. That was the sort of like the sound editor that they made at Sony. It still exists. Holy shit. What the hell? I mean, doesn't look like they've improved all that much, to be quite honest. They just slapped the dark theme on it and called it a day. I don't know what this is. Looks like some weird XY graph kind of thing, but yeah, I don't think they've improved all that much. They still got the shitty old buttons and everything. Just got a dark theme now. Man, I remember that. And then they had Sony SoundForge, which was basically the same thing, but then to edit audio. But hey, I also still remember FL. Looking absolutely horrible. Can't even find a screenshot of it. Like, I remember coming into FL Studio or Fruity Loops at version 2.5. I guess this is the closest to what it looked like. Not sure if it is 2.5. But that looked something like this, so yeah, I've seen some shit, boys. I'm traumatized. It raises PTSD. I remember it looking like that. I did use some trackers as well back in the day. Mostly Fast Tracker, but didn't use it all that much, honestly. A little bit. Decode, I think I remember that vaguely in the back of my mind. Cool, let's have a little listen to the next tune. Oh, and let me also grab that final tune in the Discord. And that is going to be the last tune because it's going to be really late otherwise. But let's have a little listen to this one. What is it today with all the so like Middle Eastern kind of vibing synths? We've got a whole bunch of them today. It's almost like you guys talk to each other. We're like, hey, let's all make something that has a bit of a a Middle Eastern-ish kind of vibe. People cheering for Iran. Yeah, shit. World is in a pretty weird place again, isn't it? And who's going to be the victim of it all? The regular people. In it, regular citizens that don't want any war. Those are going to be the victim of it all, like usual. But hey, what can we do? Sound design and intro is nice, actually. Oh wait, this is Krala. Nice to see you submitting. Later, Aftermath. Good to see you. Give the dog some good belly scratch from me, you know? Actually enjoyed that quite a lot. What's that? What's that? I actually enjoyed it a lot. I really like the thing in the bass where you go up to like a higher octave. That little hit that works really well. I really like that. That dun dun, that works really well. I would say maybe the only thing I was kind of wondering about if maybe it could be nice to emphasize that first hit of the drop with something, you know? Like maybe have like a higher element or something on that first downbeat to emphasize that start a little bit more and give it like an accent. Like maybe just some noise or something, you know? Or some other sound. Could even be like a sound that you've already used in the intro and process it and I don't know, do something with it and put that on that downbeat as a layer to kind of emphasize it. But I really enjoyed it. Actually, it's a really nice tune. And I like the vibe with the instruments. So I do like this kind of vibe a lot. Like I actually do enjoy a lot of Middle Eastern sounding music. I don't listen to it a lot, but when I hear it, I usually do like the sound of it. I like the sound of a lot of the instruments and like the skills that they use and such. So yeah, it's always cool when I hear something like that in like electronic music. I mean, last week I also did a lot of stuff with these kind of instruments. Now I think about it. Bassline is nice, yeah. I do like the bassline. I think it just needs like a little extra accent here and there, like here, for instance, on the first downbeat, so it has a bit more of like I don't know, just emphasizes that part, so it makes the transition a little better, you know. Snare could maybe have an extra layer, now you say it. Like maybe try layering a clap in the snare, something like that. That could maybe work. Yeah, maybe just a clap. That could probably work pretty well as a layer in the high end of the snare. Oh yeah, that could probably also work, Angelite. Good tip. So Krala probably doesn't know that what I showed in, I think it was last week, right? Like, I actually stumbled upon it on accident. I knew about this technique of using convolution quite a while, but I stumbled on this kind of interesting thingy. Do we have a snare? Well, I guess that can work. It's like a snare without any, so like resonance. I guess this one already has a clap in it, but Maybe that one is better. So, what just happened? Something moved. Okay, well, maybe I'm tripping. So what I kind of stumbled upon, and I was like, wait, this works so fucking well for drums and to make snares more interesting. Take the kilohertz convolution plugin on like a snare and probably group it. Like I didn't do that last week, but like probably group it so you have like a dry chain and a wet chain. You can also use the mix, but then obviously the dry signal is going to get quieter. And then find yourself like some acoustic snare samples and use those as an impulse in the reverb or in the convolution reverb. So I only have a bunch of ones here that are pretty resonant, but it should theoretically work with any kind of sample. Maybe that one's slightly less resonant. Give it a bit of a fade in. Let's give it maybe a bit of a fade out. And probably cut it somewhere into the tail so we're not using the transient. And we get that. Let me turn this off. Let me also just decrease the level of these both because they're going to be really loud. Maybe decrease the wet signal a little bit. And then we can delay that so it comes in after the transient of the snare that we have. And then we can use the stretch here. To get like a different pitch. And depending on what you throw in here as the sample, like, hey, that's completely different. You get all these really interesting snares. And you're not really changing the fundamental. You're not really doing anything to that. It's just adding this resonance into the tail that sounds really awesome and it works really well. And then obviously you can change the length and make it really short if you want. And just get that tone in there. It can also work to make those snares, you know, the absolute loud as fuck pen snares. But it's such a cool technique. Yeah, like, I love it. It works so well. And all you need is I just exported a bunch of samples from Addictive Drums from one of the snare drums in there. And I just exported them at like a couple of different velocities and just exported those to one shots. And I can just flick one of them in there and get a slightly different sound. Jesus Christ. And of course, we can also chuck a frequency shifter again after that in the chain. And shift it that way. Get like different pitches. So you don't necessarily have to use stretch. You can also just put a frequency shifter after it. Makes for some pretty cool snares. Now obviously this one is quite long, but if we do that, we just get the tone of it. See how much it adds already? Can probably put it pretty quiet and still have it add just that little bit to a snare that just works really well. Versus that. So yeah, definitely could be something you can play with. Like, I actually stumbled on it by accident. I was just making a snare, and I thought suddenly like, what happens if I put an acoustic snare drum sample into a convolution reverb and put that on my snare? And I was like, wait, what? It does that? Okay. Wait a second. That's fucking awesome. So it works so good for like making snares, and actually it's really quickly becoming my favorite way to kind of like make the resonance in a snare, because I'm like, dude, it's so easy and it works so well. Yeah, and especially when you split it, like when you split it into a dry signal and into the signal with that convolution, you can process that convolution part however you like. So yeah, you can do so many cool things with it. And yeah, it also works with kicks. It also works with kicks. I also tried that out actually. Tried some acoustic kick drums and put that on like a synthesized kick, and it does some pretty cool stuff. Now it also you always have to play with the stretch, or depending on the convolution plugin. Like if it's the Ableton convolution reverb, you have to use, it's called size, and you have to use that to kind of tune it, right? But when you get it in sort of like a place where it works, it fucking can sound amazing. And it does also give it that sort of like, I mean, convolution does that to begin with, but it gives it that sort of like almost like real world kind of feeling, if for lack of a better term, which is awesome. It kind of takes your shitty synthesized sound into something that sounds more like an actual drum sound, right? Does that Convolver plugin work in FL Studio? Yeah, it should. It's just a VST plugin. It's just a VST plugin. It's part of the FL, or part of the kilohertz bundle. And it's my favorite convolution plugin actually, because it has the delay. Now I know in Ableton, you know, you've got the pre-delay and stuff, but in Ableton's convolution reverb, you cannot change the in and out point of the sample. You actually have to edit the sample before you throw it into the convolution reverb plugin. But in the kilohertz one, you can just change the in and out point, which is absolutely amazing, because you can then just only use a section of the tail, for instance, which makes it so much easier, and you can change it on the fly, so it's much easier to work with. Cool. We have 3 more tracks. I'm not gonna make it through 3 more tracks without having taken a piss. So, enjoy Krala's track one more time, because I need to take a short bathroom break. I'm not gonna make it otherwise. It's gonna get wet out here. I'll be back in like a minute or so. One moment. Cool. I'm back. Whose track is this? Velocity. Oh, that's you, Angelite, isn't it? You didn't even name your track properly. Come on, mate. You should know better. Yeah, Krala, really enjoyed it, man. Really enjoyed it. I enjoy it, I'm just joking. It just makes my life easier, you know? You're sorry for this boring tune? Oh, wait, you said this was drum and bass, didn't you? But it was an old drum and bass track or something, right? An old track you didn't finish. Cool. Let's listen. I think that snare could actually benefit from some of that convolution trick as well. I feel you, Angelite. I've had that happen as well. Yeah, it's definitely not boring. Like, a lot of the sound design is actually kind of interesting, you know? So with a bit of work, it could actually turn into something cool. Like, the balance of some of the elements could be improved a little, but, you know, bring some elements a little bit more up front. Maybe have some extra percussion elements or something, you know, fill it up a bit. Like the hats, for instance, they're really far in the background. And especially with drum and bass, the hats are often quite a bit more up front than this. But I wouldn't say it's boring. Angelite is like, thank God, now I finally have sent in a drum and bass track and he can stop complaining about me not sending a drum and bass track. Now I want you to make more new drum and bass, mate. Now we want to hear what you would do nowadays. Don't we? The cycle continues, yeah. No, I actually enjoyed it. I think it isn't it isn't all that bad at all, you know? I'll try better. No, like I can hear it's a bit of an older tune, you know, but even with a bit of work, this could actually be quite a bit better still, you know? And especially like balancing the elements a little bit and like bringing some things more up front, it would definitely could still be a nice tune. I do also hear what you're saying, man. Making a tune for a game and then the game being discontinued. I had something like that as well. I forgot what the game was, but I remember I was doing the music for sort of like the announcement trailer for a game. So it wasn't for the actual game, but it was for like the trailer that they were gonna put out to announce the game. And then the game got discontinued. And I never got fucking paid either. It's the horrible thing. Now, granted, my track wasn't completely done yet, so I'm glad, but I feel you on that, man. Shit happens. I think it was like what, like 3/4 of the way done with the tune or something, and then suddenly I get like an email saying like, yeah, the company is not gonna continue with it, and the game has been discontinued. So yeah, that's that. And I think I think the whole company went bankrupt or something. So it was not like there was any money to be get at all at that point. I'm not sure if Angelite still has the project for this. Would be kind of helpful if you want to call upon it. Making D&B is hard, and making it for a game is also hard because of sci-fi engine sounds. I get that. I mean, D&B is like one of those genres, right? Where it's definitely not one of the easier genres to make, for sure. I would agree. I would also say it is one of the more rewarding genres to make. A lot more rewarding than making like I don't know, a summer deep house tune. Mm. Like I said, I think this track could definitely be a nice one. With just a little bit of work. It doesn't even need all that much. Like just a little bit of balancing here and there, and you would be good. Like a lot of the sound design is interesting, you know. I mean, Single by Noisia is amazing. I think most people here would agree. I'm usually leaning more. Well, I mean, Single is amazing, but the whole is also fucking insane. Like I just love that groove, and I love what that tune does. You know, like it just starts as like a tune with like a groove, and then it basically never really drops. I mean, it does drop, but it never really drops in the sense of like, oh, here's a build, and here's the drop. No, it's literally just like a track that builds the entire track through, and then at some point it starts to go down again in energy, and it evolves a bit over time. But it's just it has this intro, and then suddenly the drums come in, a little bit out of nowhere, but in a good way, and then it just basically keeps building from there, which is so interesting. She is amazing, yeah. She makes some really cool tunes. Hey, Angelight, you know what? If you do come up with something, send it in next time. For sure. Even if it's not completely finished, you know? I mean, but Noisia has done so many cool tunes. You know, it's like it's hard to pick one. Same as like with like Black Sun Empire or something. Like they've done so many great tunes. It's like it's hard to just pick one and be like, yeah, that's my favorite. It's like no, there's like probably a whole bunch that I could name as being my favorite of theirs. You know, and that's the case with Noisia too. It's like they've got a lot of interesting ones. Yeah, I mean, noise bases are kind of simple, honestly. It's literally just a sub with some noise and then saturating it, or even using a ring mod on the noise, you know, with the sub as the input to get that same kind of feeling, and you've got yourself a noise base. You know, it's nothing that complicated actually. It's often the melodic stuff around it that makes it interesting. But if you take all of that away, it's actually kind of boring, you know. with like if you have a tune that basically is made around just like noise bass kind of things. If you take all the melodic stuff away, then a lot of times, well, it would be pretty boring because it's a very simple sound to make. But with some good melodic stuff around it, it can really lift it to a nice sort of like place. Cool. Two more tracks. Deep Dive. Whose track was this? Whose track is this? Krongtech. You made this one with FL Mobile. Damn. Okay. I haven't, I have actually never used FL Mobile. Not even sure if it works on Android, to be honest. Deep Mono. Deep Dive. Oh yeah, I guess it's mono. I didn't even notice. Deep mono, yeah. Well, okay. Well, we won't comment on the stereo. On the stereo then. Let's have a little listen. It is probably mono compatible, yeah. I would agree with you on that one. I would be pretty safe to put a bet on that this is mono compatible. actually quite amazed with how this sounds for being made on a phone, you know? Or I guess it could be on a tablet as well, but for making it on a mobile app, yeah, this is pretty amazing. Maybe a little muddy on the bass, but nothing that cannot be fixed, you know? I mean, that's actually impressive. I mean, it sounds awesome. I do wonder, is the mono thing, is that because it just exports in mono, that app? Or if you actually made it in mono, maybe you actually did make it in stereo, but it just exported in mono or something? Like, I do wonder. But I'm actually quite... I thought it was going to be a lot worse. Let's just say that. I think it exports in mono. Yeah, I guess. Can you like send that from like FL Mobile to like the desktop? Would make a lot of sense. Okay. Is the stream all right? I suddenly got a thing in my streaming software saying stream is disconnected, but it appeared for like 1 second and then it went away. I think we're good, but I think we're good. That was weird. No, yeah, I think it for being made on mobile, I think this is amazing. Like the only thing is like the bass is a little bit muddy in the low end every once in a while. So that would be something I would try and fix as soon as you bring it into like your computer. Still works, but skipped a second here too. Yeah, it just suddenly appeared and then it went away like after a second. So I don't know what's up with that. Whatever, you know. We're almost at the end of the stream anyway, so. I just cannot. I tried making music one time when I was not at home and I had like nothing but my phone, and I think I opened up BandLab and I was like, "Fuck, holy shit, man, this is a pain in the ass to work with." And I instantly uninstalled that fucking app from my phone and never put it on there again. So props to you, man. Would definitely be nice to hear like the actual final version when it's all done and mixed in like stereo, because you know we are lacking something here. But yeah, I can I assume, yeah. I think like FL Mobile might be one of the more capable ones on mobile actually. Like Ableton Note is kind of horrible. Um and I also does it already work on Android? I don't think it does. Yeah, they still haven't figured out Ableton Note on how to put it on Android. There's even no official plans for an Android version, or at least that's what the Google AI is saying. I also did try Caustic at some point. That one was actually alright. Still a pain in the ass to work with, because it's on the phone, and the screen is tiny compared to what, there's just not enough screen space. Working in the piano roll is a pain in the ass, trying to click the notes in with your finger, but it's actually pretty capable. Yeah. Yeah, Caustic is actually all right. Like it has some pretty interesting things in it, so it's definitely something you can work with. I would probably prefer to use it on a tablet though. Like I tried it using it on my phone, and working with MIDI notes in a piano roll with a tiny ass fucking phone screen and fat fucking fingers is not the best combination. Not that my fingers are that fat, but they feel fat when I'm trying to use one of those apps on my phone. Cool. Yeah, I actually enjoyed it quite a lot. Sound design's pretty cool. A lot of interesting stuff. Could use a better mix actually, a better mix down and some stereo. But hey, we're not gonna complain too much about it, given it's made on FL Mobile. Yeah, I can assume those apps work just better on like tablets anyway. Like you'll have a bigger screen and it's just easier to work with. You even have the little pen, right, to use instead of your finger. But like phones are not made for music production apps, in my opinion. It might work, if it's the only thing you can use at that point, and you really have to. But yeah, you can get a pen for your phone too. I agree. Some phones even come with them, but it's still, you're still dealing with very limited screen space. So yeah, processing wise, phones are insane these days. So they should definitely be capable of running these kind of things. Which is also why I don't know why Ableton hasn't figured out the note thing for Android. Not that I need it, I wouldn't probably use it anyway, but it's not like the phones are not capable of running something like it. But yeah, I don't really need it, Most of the time when I'm working on music, I'm at home anyway, so would be nice if I would go on vacation or something. That would be a moment where I would be like, "Oh, that would be nice to have then." But then again, you can also just bring a laptop. Not that I have one, but if I had one, I would just bring that. And that would be infinitely better, than using a phone or a tablet. Could hook up like a small MIDI controller to it and everything. Yeah, true. True. I mean, that would be pretty sick though, yeah. If like mobile apps can actually use VST plugins. That would be pretty interesting. Um I can already see exactly like street performers with their iPad and shit or their Android tablet and using like VST plugins. Or just be like Beardy Man, you know, and make your own fucking software. Have you ever seen that stuff? What he does? Like the dude's a fucking maniac, man. OG of the beatboxing. Oh man, imagine using Serum on a fucking phone screen. That would be a pain in the ass. Yeah, no, Beardy Man, I don't think he vibe coded it. I think I'm not sure if he made it himself. He might have just outsourced it and gave instructions to a company to make software for him. But like his thing is like completely catered to what he does. He might actually do it himself now I think about it because it's so specifically catered to what he does and it would make sense if he had made it himself actually because you know that way you kind of know it inside out right off the beginning because you've made it, right? Wouldn't surprise me. The dude's crazy enough to learn software engineering just to make his own software. So, yeah, I remember him just doing his stand up stuff and like his beatbox stuff when he still did beatboxing battles, and then he started the looping thing and well with the chaos pads, and now he's doing like insane stuff. So, yeah, he's absolute OG. Cool. He works with people that make it for him. Ah, okay, I mean that makes sense too. Also, the reverb compared to VST reverb plugins sounds so cheap in Evo Mobile, but it's a reverb at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, a lot of stock reverbs often sound pretty cheap. Ableton ones are actually alright, actually. Mostly because like it has the convolution reverb stuff and those sound just really good. But the stock reverb of Ableton actually doesn't sound all that bad. I would argue though, like I'll take a Valhalla reverb over the stock Ableton reverb any day. It just sounds so much better, and the algorithms are a lot better. Has a lot more options as well, but you know, if it's all you have, then the stock Ableton reverb is actually pretty good. But there are definitely a lot of stock reverbs out there that are not. I agree with you. Cool. Last track, The Future Suspect. I think he's in chat waiting, so let's play his track. And then we'll actually play one of the tracks one more time. I haven't decided yet which one it is, but we usually play one track at the end of the stream while the stream is ending, and that's usually my favorite. It's gonna be difficult this time. There's a couple of ones I like. I have to think about it while this track is playing. Maybe this one is so good that I'll actually pick this one. Who knows? I hope you like it. Let's have a listen, man. Let's see. Oh, I haven't seen that movie in ages, man. There's actually a whole bunch of people in here that do like the making like more old school sounding tunes. There's also a bunch of people do like older jungle stuff, which is kind of cool. Like not everything has to sound modern, you know, and polished to you know, infinity. It's a boomer lobby. A boomer lobby led by a millennial. You can be a 24-year-old boomer as well. That's fine. Yeah, I could maybe use some variation in the bass, but I also don't mind it too much the way it is. I would actually maybe say like like arpeggiated synths, like I would maybe change that every once in a while. Like, they're basically being used throughout the entire drops, right? And maybe that could change as well. But I also don't mind it the way it is. Millennials arise. I think a lot of us are going to be millennials. Would make sense as well, you know? Don't let Decode hear that. I mean, he's gone anyway, so you can say whatever you want. Yeah, like maybe even just a little Reese fill or something here and there would already do a lot, you know? Like a Reese where the filter opens up, or like really so like heavy filter movement on it, just to kind of use it like the end of sections and stuff like that. That would already do a lot. Doesn't even need all that much, you know? That would already add probably enough to it to make it a little bit more interesting in the bass part. But I do like the bit of an old school sound it has, though. And the ARP sort of like melody thing is actually kind of interesting, you know? It's not it's an interesting ARP, so I like that vibe that you have with that Somebody else was calling it a chiptune kind of synth, and I like the vibe that one has. We're all some old farts out here, man. The drums definitely have that old school sound to them that I like. They're done in a good way. Yeah, I actually enjoyed that. Moonboy. Yeah, actually enjoyed this one. Maybe could have like a little bit of variety here and there. It's a bit of, it's a bit of a repetitive tune, but it doesn't get too repetitive at the moment. Like it's not like halfway through the tune I'm like, is it over already? Luckily not that. It is a little bit on the repetitive side though, so could have a bit more variety here and there. Justin Bieber if he got lost in a rave. That one is good. Yeah, that was cool, man. We had some really nice tunes today. Always love to hear what you guys do. That one cracked me up. I'm not gonna lie. Damn, I'm gonna have to pick. Don't I? While I think about that, look at what I did in the skate game. I came up with what I wanted to drag it into Ableton. I did something fucking weird. I was like, what? How did I do that? I'm gonna have to play around with that more. See if I can do some cool combos. Which track are we gonna pick though? There's a couple of ones. I was trying weird shit on like that rail, and I was like, can I do some cool little thing? Like most people would just grind or stall the top part of the rail, and I was like, no, let me try if I can actually do something on the bottom part, and it actually fucking works. I was amazed that it worked. I mean, Krala definitely is one of the contenders. Yeah, I'm kind of torn between Hakari and Krala right now. Both were kind of good. Tough one, tough one. I think I'm gonna give it to Hakari for today. Even though it's dubstep, I think I'm gonna give it to him. So thanks everyone. I mean, it was a hard pick though. Like I could have easily just went the other way, but I'm gonna go with this one. Thanks. I'll see you all next week, and keep in mind, first Friday of the month is feedback. So start producing, and I would love to see some more tunes next month. Yeah, would love to see some more. And if you've improved any of the tunes from today, feel free to send it in again then. That's fine. Always like to hear the improved version. And thanks. That was fun. I always enjoy doing these streams. So thanks, and I will see you all next week on Friday. Somewhere around 9 p.m. Sometimes a little later, but around that time. Thanks. I'll be in the Discord, so join Discord if you haven't yet. I mean, you should all be in the Discord because you've sent a tune in. I'm fucking stupid. But if somebody is watching, join the Discord. I'll drop the link in the chat. And if you want to support me, you can support me on Patreon. You know how it works. And yeah, I'll be back next week. So thanks. See y'all next time. Peace.